Ladies and gentlemen, welcome yourselves to a very exciting edition of the Crusader Kings. JALNOR joins me. He's going to jump in here, play as somebody. But before we get to that, would you give us a follow if you're on Twitch, a subscribe if you're on YouTube. Remember to check out the playlist in the description, because you can watch every episode of Crusader Kings so far. And we'll get into it. Right, so I'd say I would recommend going somewhere at like a duchy level. So if you like click on a country, like any country, you'll see all the flags. I am Ireland. And you can do that and be one of my vassals, or you can go anywhere else and try to take control of that country. You can be someone who is within my sphere that I can interact with, or you can go someone I can't interact with, or if you were being particularly spicy, you could go someone in the Muslim world and be totally hostile. No, because it goes back and if you look at Spain, Spain's kind of where most of that battle happens, which is historically accurate. Occasionally you get crusades, and occasionally you get jihads, and it's the crusades, all the Catholic countries in Europe send armies down there, and then the jihads, the opposite happens. And usually they're always successful. I've only ever seen one crusade fail, and it was the last one, and it was just organisation, because all the European armies went down, and it was like there was 8,000 guys here, there was 9,000 guys here, there's 4,000 guys over here, and the Muslims had one army of 40,000 guys that just went around bullying them all one at a time. But no, it's up to you. It's could be someone in Scotland, or you could be someone in England. You've spent some time in Oxfordshire. You could be the Duke of Mercia, that has Oxfordshire, right? You could do that, or you could do. And you could really do anything, honestly. The Duke of Wessex. That's like. That's a little dwarven woman who doesn't seem to have any heirs, though. And she's 57, so she's not likely to create any. Mercia guy looks reasonable. He's 28, he's got a son. Oxfordshire is Earl Michael. I mean, where is he? There's Oxfordshire. He's 31. He's not 12. He's got a daughter who's he's heir's 43. Probably his sister or something. Oh, that is his courtier. That's interesting. Not related to him. You can see if he's married, and you can like. He does have a spouse. He probably will produce heirs, depending on who his spouse is. He's 58, so. Yep. Spouse is 58. That's interesting. If you go Ulster, be Northern Ireland. Although, yeah, the traits, the way it works is like you get bonuses and certain things for your traits, but like when decisions come up, you get like a list of options, and some of them decrease stress or increase stress depending on how it interacts with your traits. And when you've got a child, you educate the child, and that's how they develop the non-biological traits. There's the Isles, which is up the west coast of Scotland and Ulster. Duke something, 28, as a Patrick as his son. Patrick Cruven. The Duke of Lanark was 10. Infante Gonzalo Dieguez, who is my character's half brother. Where is Errol Michael? Is he Oxfordshire? It doesn't really matter because you send your generals in to war for you. Right? But he is good at schemes and spying and things. Yeah, he's not attractive. Yes, I mean you're 10, so it's pretty easy for you to get married off. What are you two doing? There's no characters selected yet so far. I don't know how do you select a character? It probably is just if you hit start. You went the Infante Gonzalo. Okay, start. Oh, no. I'd leave it in 1 speed for a while. Yeah, have a look in your thing in your yes. What are you? You've got a claim on Ireland. It is, yes. It became for some like you might have won it in a battle or something. I just invested in Lanarkshire. I built bigger. Yes. So you've got 2 towns there. You've got City of Ang Long Fort and Barony of Romahare. Okay. You are charming and temperate. Your mother is my stepmother. It's beneficial for diplomacy towards Spaniards. You probably have a scheme running to learn, or you might not, but you can do a scheme to learn languages. Like other countries that use that language. So, and your other siblings should be your cousins should be the. No, I'm confused. Is Galicia Like your mother is a Galithian princess. Oh no, she's there. She is. She's the Galicia on the west coast of Spain. Other siblings. Oh, I can do a court event. Hang on. Oh no, there's a man. Why would you honour that bastard Antonius with a position at court and not me? My nephew Diego is livid. Apparently he has a certain honour before him. Sort of. Diego. Yep, same. Who's fighting in Oxfordshire? Alexander Duke Dunkeld Calendar. I think it's the Scottish and English. And also the Queen of Scotland's your niece. Huh? Oh, the Queen of England actually won a war. She's been getting thrashed about. Who's related to us? He is her cousin. Diarmuid the Stumbler. No, she directly neighbours you, I guess, in Lanarkshire. You can build buildings if you click on your city or towns. You can also, like, there's little like white circles about. You can build new things. It's a city. I don't know what it would be. Right, you control Brighton. Recently, I feel like I am not worthy of the kingdom. I have a distress thing. I can become irritable, or I can go on a 3-year drinking binge. Open the drinking binge. No longer overwhelmed by stress. Empty council position. Do you have a council? It's on the right hand side. It is under the swords and shields and above the little thing of 3 men. Okay. I have dwarf. My chancellor is a dwarf. And the military is. You like make men at arms regiments and then upgrade them and things. You also have your levies. And the men at arms work like rock, paper, scissors. And they counter other things. My brother Fernando died. Yes, your core position and your bodyguards always are. It doesn't mean that there is a risk against you, it just means that. Yes. The Queen of England. Who's her heir? William. The heir to the throne of England is William. That is true both in this game and in reality. Oh, audio output capture is broken. Sometimes it sets itself to the wrong device. But it should be able to hear you now.
Okay. I've been muted this whole time.
All the output was muted because it changes itself to a device that doesn't exist.
Great fun.
Scotland's
Yes, I've been here all along, everyone.
Yes, he is playing as. Who are you playing as? Infante.
Oh, I've had an armory break-in. What's this? Finally, we're in. All the weapons of the armory within our grasp. Oh, what fun. Take that, all you smelly stupid adults trying to keep us out.
You.
Gertruda exclaimed, look, I found a mace.
Yes.
Gertruda has hurt herself with it and there's blood.
Like at some point in time, you will want to get married.
I'm gonna go
Just-
with the honest trait.
Like marriage is important to your alliances.
Indeed.
Good way to do that. And if you zoom out, you can see all the way across to Korea and all the way down to the Sahara. You won't be able to interact with all these people, but
I can see them.
yeah. And you can get married either by like going into yourself and like hitting find spouse and it'll give you like a search thing, or you can go to a person. You can click on England and then right click on the Queen and arrange marriage, and it'll show you people that she has marry, like people within her realm or within her sphere of influence. I find a spouse for your sister.
I currently have 3 unread messages. Fourth in line for 2 titles.
Go to France. And there's never a quiet moment. My son in there, Fernando, is so full of questions. I do my best to encourage curiosity, but sometimes I cannot help but get exhausted by constant stream of thoughts and queries. He gains curious. I took Elvira. Who's Elvira? I don't know who Elvira is. Out playing with a bowl, and to her surprise, she ran into a wounded dog. My courtier. And she showed me the animal. There's evidence of torturous death. Is she sadistic?
Definitely someone you want to get rid of, I think.
Not really. Not much of an issue.
There's another decision you can make.
Me?
Yeah. It should be with you now.
What's this?
Oh.
Negotiate alliance. Why, we wouldn't be in alliance.
I got an unpressed claim of earldom of Galloway. Walter officially acknowledged my claim to the earldom of Galloway.
It is.
My grandmother has been taken prisoner
Oh.
near Aban of Baya.
Yes, they must be at war with the Emirate of Baya. And Lithia just lost a lot of land.
How'd that happen?
They were at war with the yeah folk. The Emirate of Baya. There's lots of fights down there. Lots of them. Read about because it's nah.
Apparently I could declare war against the Queen of England or the King of Scotland.
You could. Inadvisable. Can I declare war? I can declare war on the Queen of England, and it's about 50-50 who would win. Because I can call in Scotland, and I can call in someone in Norway. You can call in some other people. You can only declare war for like certain things. Like if I declared war on her, it would just be to get the artifact back that I gave her as a gift. So. You'd go to war with your own niece in Scotland.
Wait, I'm 10 and my niece is the Queen?
Yes. I mean, you're my brother, but I'm 39.
Yeah. I'm 12 actually.
Yeah. The Earldom of Lothian. I got an unpressed claim on Lothian.
Oh.
Barony of Gala Shields. Again, that would involve going to war with England. Capture Edinburgh. Yeah, we just need to wait for something to happen. That's blunder results in claim. It was their blunder.
Yep. That's how I got this claim on Galloway.
How far is the Britannia? As I open my eyes in the dark, I am immediately overwhelmed by an ominous feeling. Is someone watching me? Are you ready to embrace the truth, Lawrence? You feel yeah, somebody wants me to become a witch. In a way. And I've had a daughter.
A witch?
Yeah. Matilda, I'll do. Greetings, my liege. I hear I invite you to a feast. What's that feast? Where are the casks? There's some men in the move next to you.
They just went all the way up there and now they're going all the way back down. It's the Grindle Tricky Orc.
Well, they're attacked. Yeah, they're sieging it. The pleading gaze I received from my acquaintance Nuno is taking on a desperate tone. A group of guests are approaching the corner he has hid all evening. Distract them. He gets 15. Or I get him to talk to them and everyone else gets 10. I'll distract them.
I'm trying to work out who this is that's attacking.
First army of Holmwick, yes. I don't know where that is though. As one plate of food is replaced by my next, my vassal Earl Athmal goes on and on about some collections, and that was how we salvaged the mess. Okay, get the friendship. Get the friendship. How's the battle going? What a feast! I'll remember the days spent in Earl Cathmal's halls for a long time. There are objectives. Can't remember what it tells them. Yeah. Got a court event. The pool of blood is congealing under the feet of Olaf, a diplomat sent by my ally, the Duke of Nordmark. By the immense quantity soaked up in my fine carpet, we'll assume he's been bleeding in the spot for hours, if not longer. My apologies for the mess. I was defenestrated by a dwarf trying to rob me in an inn on my journey to Limerick. However, as the rapscallion mentioned my fall, the diplomatic visit can continue. It will still be days until my blood loss is fatal.
Childhood indulgences.
I'm gonna make him go see the physician. Sorry?
I've got another thing. It's childhood indulgences. I wonder if Beatrice remembers the things I put her through when we were both young. Now that she is growing up, however, I need to leave those childish indulgences behind and focus on other things. It's appeared to be losing 5 opinion of someone I bullied as a child.
Who's Beatrice?
A child.
Give you nearly 2,000 men.
No.
43 living house members. How did I get that menu?
First Army of Holmwick, which is from the Isle of Man, by the way, is now in Lanarkshire.
They're all the water. Yeah, they've been thrashed. Recruit mountain specialist.
Windfall. Is it enough to build anything?
Decisions. I'm supposed to unite the Spanish thrones. Is this time to set out on the journey to the holy place? Which one? I'll go to Jerusalem. I've never done that before, so I don't know how it works. Both can marry my daughter and this ginger gentleman. In a matrilineal marriage, she's not the Queen of Anywhere. She doesn't have any positive traits. Why does she not have any positive traits? Among my fellow pilgrims, there is a woman who preaches compassion and fellowship until she reaches the topic of heathens. One evening around the campfire, she loudly declares them to be abominable monsters in the eyes of God, fiends and child murderers all. Most people avert their eyes when she looks at them. Tonight, I was not quick enough. Do you agree or not, King? I can have sympathy for heathens or disdain for heathens. I don't know. It doesn't really seem to do anything. Either way. I'll be back in a moment. I'm going to put socks on.
Alright.
Oh,
Socks.
cat.
So apparently, there is a girl with a Spanish name, a year younger than me, and bigger, who is both my rival and my crush.
They're hiding in their house. Oh. Hello, pilgrimage end is nigh. As my party passes through a small town, I notice a throng of people filling the market square. At the centre, man stands on an overturned fish cart, shouting wildly to all who will listen. The judgment day is nigh, repent, repent, I say, or you shall be damned for all eternity. The worried townsfolk are nervously whispering to each other, fearful of the doomsayer's words. I'm glad the pilgrimage comes with such an indulgence. And I lose 24 stress. That's good. Enrique in 25. And you know me. Is the Queen 45? Is she likely to get pregnant? I'm romancing my queen. Have you decided to marry yet?
No. I currently have 3 relationships with 2 people. Oh, it's changed actually. So it was, there was the mother, and then there was crush and rival, which was the same person. That's still the case actually.
You don't get married to them.
I know. There is a whole catalogue of folk that have opinions of me higher than minus 37.
Yes. Yes. Marrying for power is a good idea at the start of the game. I am finally here. body and soul in the good church of Jerusalem. As the bishop offers me blessings, I reflect on everything that happened for God to bring me here this moment in time. I get 875 piety, gain the trait Pilgrim, become the owner of St. George's ankle, determined Pilgrim for 10 years. Still need a lot of piety. How do I get more? I can hold court, but I'm not there, so I can't hold court. How's the decisions?
King Lawrence is you, isn't it?
Sorry?
King Lawrence is you, no?
Yes, I'm King Lawrence of Ireland.
Right. Yes. So there's a member of your court, an 11-year-old, who is the top candidate when sorted by opinion of me.
Not always the best way to play.
Yeah.
What's her name?
Having trouble pronouncing it, but it's a double-barreled name starting with a B and an A.
Into me.
Oh, no, that's actually
Oh, I see her.
Yeah. Opinion plus 56.
Okay. She, is my great niece.
On in next place, apparently, I mean, it doesn't immediately state a relationship, but if I point at her mother, it says, your cousin.
Yep. It should say, like in red, they're related and there's a chance of inbreeding, if there's a chance of inbreeding. When you select them. You select both parties, like yourself and them. I'll tell you that.
Alright, if I'm in the betrothal menu, for example, rather than just clicking on them.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, you mean you can...
I'm browsing down the list, seeing what's what.
Yeah. Popular figurehead. Popular opinion plus 50.
Third place is another of your courtiers, a dishonourable villain. Named Elvira Fernandez.
Sweet Lady Mayor, I kneel before her. My only desire is to bring honour and happiness. Pray, tell me. How can I prove my love for you? Gives me a long look. Lady such and such's necklace. I can offer Coblaith a favour for her necklace. I can steal it. I'm not likely to steal it. There we go. I'll offer the Countess of... Ailey. Oh, she's married to the dwarf. Am I vassal? Oh, they're Scottish. Okay, they're married, but they're not. Yeah, they're not cohabitating. They're both separate. Lords of separate places. You're now 13. You should have adult abilities. Greetings, my handsome liege. I'd be delighted for your son and heir Fernando come visit my court in Dublin. You're 7. You're 7. Earl of Dublin, Duke Obeco Fernandez of Meath. 7. Also related to us though. My ward Elvira seemed to enjoy her latest feast immensely. Afterwards she couldn't stop talking about the feelings that locking eyes with another servants had caused her. She can be lustful. Or I can make her greedy, or I can make her gregarious is better. I'll take the stress to make her gregarious. I don't really know who she is.
There's since I have that claim on Galloway, the eldest child of Earl Simon of Galloway, is a couple of years younger than me and has a +21 opinion of me. And apparently there's a good chance they'll accept the proposal.
Yes, the opinion is irrelevant. Where is Galloway?
Immediately
down there.
southwest of Lanarkshire. Yeah, let's do that. Greetings, Uncle. Please come to meet your peers at my court in Dublin.
No, but the same party.
Yeah.
Let's go it. It's like more choices to do different things. You know that.
Nope. Betrothal accepted, and that forms an alliance.
It does. Galway.
For my Iberian vulgar lesson. Wake up in a sweat after a grueling nightmare where an owl was constantly following me and testing my knowledge in the Iberian vulgar language. Symbol of wisdom in some cultures, the feathered fiend was stalking me throughout the night and I dreaded disappointing it. Perhaps there is such a thing as too much knowledge in this dream, as a result of all the stress I feel in keeping my skills sharp.
My daughter's pregnant.
Oh. Best option is to say this cannot go on and gain 50 stress.
Or other options.
The other one is continue to push myself and gain 125 stress.
I mean, it's up to you. Like, the levels are... Yeah, we take you to the...
Not going. I've been overwhelmed by stress.
Yeah. It's every 100 you get a thing and then you'll get another choice and it's like... There's a few options. My cousin has been imprisoned. Mafalda Martinez. She's imprisoned and like next to me though. Menace. For a while the guy that was King of Aragon might be he's the father of the guy that's currently King of Aragon. Like, he had the beard and he looked like Lord Quackward from Shrek. It was almost exactly. It was really funny. Child returned. Oh, that's too much. What's happening in the world? Not much.
Quiet place. The culture has discovered banking.
Yep, same. Well, same culture, so. How do I go about
The earldom of Braifna has given rise to the reason for targeting me.
Earldom of who?
Breifne. Automatically pronounce things like that in German type, but probably Gaelic. Peasant faction wants freedom for the people from foreign or infidel rule and will strive to replace a liege who does not share the culture and faith of the commoners.
Oh, it's one of them. Well, you're allied to me, so if he goes to war with you, I'll go in and give him a leathering. Not really much I can do. I want to increase my piety.
Piety.
Both of my grandparents, male grandparents, died at 57.
Hmm.
My father died at 69. As of late, all my visits to Mayor have been ruined by my Nick Gregor Follows her everywhere, like a lost puppy. His attempts to charm the lady are laughable, yet I fear his persistence will be rewarded. I can have a duel with him, which I'll probably lose. I could poison him so he poos himself. Or I can bribe him, which is bad because I'm greedy. With the poisoning. Nuno is fiddling nervously with his sleeve as I open the door to my chambers. What is he doing here at this hour? My deepest apologies. I must speak to you in private and discover something very interesting. Nuno has uncovered a secret of Earl Bermudo's. He is willing to share with me if I let him off the hook. Just demand it out of him. Oh, me red-handed, he tries to poison him. Make Gregor my rival. Mafalda has left the prison.
I was just reading that too.
Mafalda's a skirt. How do I get more Jesus stuff?
That's an empty council position. I have no chancellor. I have a knight called Andrew.
And you're in Scotland, so...
Yes. Doesn't look much like our Andrew though.
No. I imagine it would. Yeah, get more Jesus. Orlando learned the Norse language. My ear now speaks Basque and Norse. Greetings, my handsome liege. I have arrived in Limerick to pay homage to you. Yes, okay. Put the Duchess in. Archbishop Enrique has received a significant donation. I'm going to take the 80 stress, even though I'm greedy, because I want the 250 full proceeds. And I got gifts from Elizabeth anyway. Overwhelmed by stress. Which reduces my fertility by 10%. Expectations. Be nice to the girl, even though it gives me stress. Greedy is an awful trait. So we've got Castile, we've got Valencia, we've got Aragon, Galicia, sort of. Granada's still controlled with the Muslims.
There we go, I've successfully learned Iberian Vulgar after another decision opportunity.
And oh, Valencia just got what? Valencia exists, but the king is too far away because he's based in North Africa, which is actually part of Spain. You can be on the African continent and still be within the European Union.
Yep. Such as if you were to go to Lanzarote.
Lanzarote, an island.
Yep, it's an island off the coast of Africa and it's legally part of Spain.
Okay, but there are 3 cities.
Off the west coast of Africa.
There are 3 cities in mainland Africa that are part of Spain.
Yeah.
I can win the duel with this old boy. Oh no, I lost. Okay. Cool. My guy's a wuss. 57% chance of winning it and he loses it. To my surprise, Mayor Ladron's a thief. Has corresponded with my councillors to arrange for a day by myself to take time off. Oh, good, that's good for my stress. I can build in Desmond, I can build a temple. I don't want him to gain. $500, I want to gain 500. King Ramiro imprisoned Ramiro de Aragon.
That's my nephew for all years as well.
Every time I close my eyes, I see. I mean, maybe not. No, he won't be because he's off your mother. No, he is. No, he is my nephew actually. Yes, he is. Every time I close my eyes, I think he's not really though. I think he's a bastard that's hidden. Every time I close my eyes, I see Queen Mare's face. Sleep will not come. I cannot wait another moment. Cloaked in shadows, I make my way to the garden outside her living quarters.
So I have
Wrestling a burglar or something.
Doesn't like me much and has no discernible skills, but expects a council position.
Hang on, let me lower the game's volume because I couldn't quite hear what you were saying there.
That's all I've heard.
Okay, who doesn't like you?
So this powerful vassal, Mayor Ablach of Anne Longford, don't know where that is, doesn't like me very much, has no discernible skills. I mean, the highest is learning 11, which is average, and expects a council position.
The vassals always expect a council position.
Yeah.
Our Blachach, you said.
Is spouse.
Sorry?
The only position available is spouse. You ain't getting that.
Yeah. I mean, you can sack people, but yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, he's here. Mayor Armingle? He's the mayor of Bayer.
Is the mayor a bigger?
Mayor Armingle.
Yeah, that's not who it was.
And what else do you own? What other cities are there?
Mayor Ablach of somewhere called Anne Longford.
It's in the middle of Ireland. It's in the middle of Briefnan. You've changed your religion from Catholicism.
Have I?
Yes. Maybe you haven't. No, you're Catholic. You're Catholic Scots. You're a different culture from me.
Apparently I'm Catholic Hiberno Basque, according to what I'm...
Yeah, which would be my culture. Maybe it's the town. You may want to get your format to sort out your culture. But someone on your council member, like, you can give them tasks if you right click on them. And not right clicking them, like the things beside them. Is it steward? Promote culture. Elvira gained 30 opinion of you. Okay.
Yeah, I got a trial there. Hearing a high-pitched sound while out. And found a wounded dog. Gave it to her as a pet. With the help of Gondrod, I have completed my studies of intrigue. Even the highest aspects of the subject eludes me. I have lived up to everyone's expectations and learned more than most.
I can increase taxes. And I can buy a perk. Means of loyalty.
I lost the trait charming.
Yeah, I can hold court. Hold court! Can you do anything while I'm holding court?
Let's see. Decision available. Create cadet branch. What's this about?
Sitting on my throne, I gesture for the guards. Yep, okay. My wife, Queen Mare, takes a turn at bending my ear before the assembled court. Glorious husband, give me the honour of caring for items of the royal treasury and armoury, a position I am far better suited for than Emma. Emma dislikes me if I do that. No. Emma can do it. A markedly disgruntled Earl Rudan hurries to your throne. Liege, I have a right to the earldom of a phone. Yeah, okay, you two have a duel. No, you have a war. Do that. You two have a war. The air is thick with anticipation as my vassal, Mayor Cassio, approaches me. My lord, I come with grave news, but a solution to fix this problem. It's increasingly clear that the Irish and Hiberno Basque are becoming more, perhaps even too similar. It's apparent we show them that it's us, Hiberno Basque, who are the forefront of innovation. Arrange an exhibit. The middle one. And I'll in my court.
The faction targeting me, the peasant rabble, has disbanded because I converted my culture to Scots.
You did that instead of promote culture.
Yeah.
You converted yourself and they convert them then.
Yeah.
Which hurts me.
Oh.
Because that's my culture.
Why can't I invite knights?
I'm actually also trying to
Say again?
sway the part of Lanarkshire that's here.
Sway it.
Yes. 2828. I've got 2828 crosses. I can become flagulent. I can drink again. Drink binge for 2 years. Or drinking binge. Better than leathering yourself, right? So two of my vassals are at war with each other. I'll leather my liver rather than my face. Okay.
Your vassals at war with each other. Sounds like time to send letters to them. Would you come here? Knock their heads together.
I mean, I told them to go to war with each other.
Alright.
Elvira, because one of them had a claim and the other one's earldom. And I could make the decision and upset them, or tell them to go to war with each other and sort it out themselves. Scotland wants me to go to war with England. Hey.
Beggar is currently upgrading all on its own.
Because the mayor's the one who makes the decision there, not you.
Vassal has slain Adelaide. King Murray of Scotland is sending me this.
Oh,
Slain Adelaide. Right, she's the one that doesn't like me very much and expects.
coming over. To my surprise, Spy Master Bermudo has come to me promising whatever I need. Okay. There's a bit of a siege north of you.
I don't see it.
The English armies are leathering the Scots, and the Scots are heading south for some reason.
Which county is that in?
Fife. It's Fife.
I have no sensors on it. It's in my fog of war.
Oh, you can't see that?
No.
Right next door to you. Fernando increased
Nope.
prowess by 1. We played the drums, Fernando. There's a lot of English army attacking St. Johnstone.
Am I involved in this war?
No? Prime Master, come to me news. Someone is plotting to kill Heramel. Okay. Jeffrey. Oh. What is this? Witchbert has become a permanent fixture of my court and an expensive one. Let's lower my stress, get rid of him.
You can choose a lifestyle now.
My daughter Helen has given birth to 2 children. Since they're part of my dynasty, blessed with good names, Bernard and Helen. So Helen gives birth to Helen? Fair enough. I don't have any siege equipment, so it's going to take me a long time to capture Lancaster.
Temple has 5 years left to build.
Okay, that was weird.
What?
I find a spouse for this woman who is like an orphan that I took in. 17? Prince Rita of Bohemia. Fair enough. Sad to see her leave. There's also like search options that you can do. When you're searching for a mate. Scots. The English are capturing Gowrie and the Scots are capturing West something.
Apparently, you're not my rightful liege because you don't hold the Duchy of Lothian. It's currently English.
It's currently the English. Well, they just captured it.
Yeah. It's been English this whole time.
I'm just sending lots of like wedding things out.
Yeah, there seems to be quite a siege going on in Gowrie, which is Scone and Creef. Hey!
And I'm attacking Lancashire.
I'll see if I can afford to raise an army then.
I don't know if you can interact with them because I'm not at war with them.
No, maybe I could be. So if I can afford to raise an army, then I can look into that.
Oh well, you have men. You just hit raise army when it starts.
Yeah, indeed. And there's a difference in cost. Oh wow.
What is the oh wow?
The degree of the difference in cost.
Yes, it's you do get through your money, but the debt isn't crippling. Just come back fairly quickly. What is this? Nine-year-old. You marry this 10-year-old. Reasonable, right? Or this 1-year-old. Yeah, it's okay, it's off the door. Bernard. It's okay, he's smart. Adelaide something. Right, okay. The combat is interesting in this. The handsome king of Ireland. We are behind the war, we're 12% behind. There's a lot of English to the north. We cut through Lanarkshire. Greetings, my handsome liege. Lawrence, my brother, my companion, my confidant. Yeah, okay, become friends with Bermudo.
These guys in yellow clothes are the ears. Oh,
Guys in yellow clothes. There's a little flag beside the number that should tell you who they are.
Yes, it's English. They're directly to the north of your guys in Carlisle have just passed you.
No, those are Scottish.
Really?
Yeah. The English
Oh, yeah, so
have 3 lions. That's line rampant.
I wasn't looking closely. Go off to recapture Scone.
It was off to just engage the armies.
Oh, now I can see some of them as you move up there. The fog of war dissipates. But
Some-
they also melt away.
Some of these folk I should be able to take.
Yeah, they're all running away. Every time they appear in my fog of war, they all just go, no, fuck that.
Oh, the 13,000, not good. 18,000, not good, not good.
How much can I raise? Let's see if I can.
About
back it up
1,000.
somehow. I can raise 1,000. How do you know that?
It tells me how many of you are. I click on you, you I did say 1,868 men. It'll be slightly less than that. Yep, I'm in a battle I don't want to be in. Okay, those guys are done for. They didn't keep up with the rest of the army. Okay, 258 crosses. Greetings, my serene liege. Okay.
Once you're there, you could take Lothian.
I know you can only, well, you can only attack places that are in the battle. They're contested. I lost that battle. Dramatically. Gregor might have died. Did he? No, he didn't.
What's this? I can now marry my betrothed.
Start producing heirs.
Prince of children. Hi.
Look at you with your flowing locks.
Yeah.
You being there is actually helpful because it means when I lose a battle I flee far closer than...
Indeed. So, with my marriage, the realm expects us to throw a suitably extravagant wedding celebration. Well within my right to collect a royal aid duty as part of this, but some might consider it tasteless to levy an extra tax during a time of tribulation. Who pays for their own wedding gain 105? Or let my subjects enjoy the festivities without worry or care, I gain 350 crown, I'm guessing that's influence.
Yeah, well, yeah, you spend it like that, yeah.
Yeah, let's do that.
May go down and help.
Level of fame, my glory is widely known.
What is this I'm attacking? Richmond. Vroom, 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 vroom. Battle's going on in Ireland as well.
Meanwhile, I'm going to visit you.
Visit me.
Yes.
Greetings, my son. Oh, you've got a beard. Arrived in Limerick. You give me a hook on you.
Yes. I figured you can use that at some point.
I don't know how it would work against players. I'm allied with England. Strangely. The rest of my guys. Oh no, but they are all there, 10,000 of them.
Right, so...
Need.
I had a few things on my screen in front of the... thing there. That's all sorted. Gonzalo left the prison. He was in one. Newer war resolved. Grandmother taken prisoner and released. Interesting.
Oh, that'll be down in Galicia. Today my son Fernando was taught a lesson in vassal management by Gillen. It was a quite complicated course, necessary but perhaps beyond. Fernando keeps forgiving, gains trusting or gains patient. Forgiving. They're all positive traits, I guess. So I'm going to Bolton.
Wandering to Bolton.
Yes, from very close to Bolton. Having siege equipment would be very useful just now. I don't have it. Who's this? It's a neutral army. Okay. Age am I? 45. Give me more Jesus sticks.
Jesus sticks.
Yeah.
Another decision available. Petition liege.
In scorching midday heat, they sit in the shadow of a sun. Oh, does anything give me Jesus? Being poet. No, nothing here gives me. Well, from the tide of the war, it's now 1%, 14%. The Scots capture. Hello, cats. I think cats want food. I'll be back. We both appeared and lined up. Eat those fiends.
Irish culture has interesting points to it, and we could form a hybrid culture, or could I? Cultural acceptance of Irish is less than 40. Okay, never mind. There we are. Right, open up faith view and see what this is all about. Number of doctrines. Sessions.
The map.
There are probably lots of maps you've been away a while, or messages been away a while.
Hello. My spies have informed me that Hunter causing a ruckus. From the dungeon. Oh, I've got a child. My daughter Helen has given birth to a son.
Oh.
Rodrigo. Plus 19% against the Queen of England.
Mental break, imposter. I feel like I'm not worthy of the earldom of Lanarkshire. I have imposter syndrome.
You are there.
Maybe a new cloak would make me feel better.
Greetings, my serene liege. Chancellor, vassal, and commander. Why did they end up that way? Dealings with Earl Bermudo, which isn't you. I may have accidentally made certain promises. You fool! There's lots of fights going on in Ireland just now.
Fabricating claims. This is common thing in.
Yes, your priest can do. I don't know what you have.
Europa Universalis, you have to spy on a country to fabricate claims.
I need 378 little crosses. I've captured leads. All the roads that lead to you. I'm known for my dedication to my faith. That's a lot of Jesus sticks. Okay. Arms pilgrimage.
Ramiro, my nephew, left prison. What is it with royals in prison? That doesn't happen these days.
I don't know. It happened somewhere.
You never hear of it. It's happening every couple of months in this game.
Fish. Hmm. Hmm.
You have 2 quality cards.
Yes, but they are powerful and teams against you. I want more. I want more Jesus sticks. Come on, capture it. Capture that city.
I have an Earth available.
What happened? There you go. Leisurely stroll, merchant. Go away. How's my siege going? Slowly.
Yeah, they do take their time.
Lanarkshires no longer called Lanarkshire. No, it is. That's all. Okay, I'm in the wrong menu. That's what's going on. You are an aggressive attacker.
Am I an aggressive what?
Attacker. Your grand's still alive. She's still queen of probably a kingdom smaller than your.
Oh, you're about there. You're in a stalemate in that siege.
My council. What? The English are capturing big swathes of France as I do this. I'm not a stalemate. It's just taking a while because it's slow. Speed up the time. It goes faster. Max 6 months left.
Oh. Yeah, but that speeds up everyone's time.
51% victory. And I can't do anything about the war. Only the Scottish or English can end it. Start it.
Yeah. Have you done a massive fast forward here?
Huh?
Alright, that's just your stalemate and
A stalemate?
more stalemate.
It's not a stalemate. It's moving, it's just...
Still says it. Yeah. It must be when it rolls for an event. Yeah. Oh, here we are, desertion. Some of the defenders deserted on you.
Where are you seeing this?
When you click into the siege, every 20 days there's a random event, it rolls a die. It was basically saying there was no change, but the last one was that some defenders deserted. And again.
My court tutor. Well, the progress bar was moving the whole time.
It just moves faster when you have a positive event. No further effect.
What am I looking for? You do something, I forgot what it was.
The war in Ireland between Duchess Elizabeth and Duke Obeko has ended.
Oh. The Queen of England died. No William II.
Lexical lethargy. It's hard keeping all these languages in my head. I keep forgetting which language I'm speaking. Just the other day, I accidentally introduced myself using a confusing mixture of Basque and Anglik words. Not even realise I had done so until it was pointed out to me.
12 days left. Hmm.
Gaining 50 stress because that's the best option to let it slip into oblivion. There we are. It looks like you've successfully concluded your siege.
Okay. 4,000 guys. Not a lot of them left. Like 11,000 when I first left Ireland.
The Scots are besieging Lancaster.
Yep.
Why they're not actually trying to take back Scotland, I don't know.
It's based on score, it doesn't matter. I've got 2 alerts, one of them, alliance formed, King William. Enemy ally joins war, King William. It doesn't usually let you call allies if they're allied to the other party, but that guy was able to call me for some reason. Yeah, it's weird. Here you go. 8. Who'd you marry? 47.
Motherly advice. Sometimes I think that my mother has a better overview of my treasury than even my steward. The gold piece seems to be worth twice as much when she tells me how to spend it.
Your mother's still alive?
Yes.
Oh no.
Can't I declare war on England?
Need a case of belly.
But I can declare war on Scotland, that's mental.
He's right, Clint or something.
Oh, that'll be Galloway.
Greetings, my serene liege. Okay, accept whatever. Then this. We have found a reason why some days are more rat-free than others. I happily declares from the side of a servant holding a very displeased cat. Let's get ourselves a cat. There you go. It wriggles in an attempt to free itself from the scratched up arms of the servant, meowling in a rather endearing fashion. Again, pet cat. Okay. The cat.
Nice.
Has to be called Gunther, right?
Yeah. Unless it's a girl, in which case Heidi.
No, as a guy, as a boy. Gunther the cat. .93% in the war. Now sieging also.
Oh, yes you are. Rampant disease outbreak.
I wonder what Scotland will get for this.
Some of the defenders deserted.
I am waiting for something to happen. Or for me to get more Jesus sticks. I get more Jesus sticks. Hmm.
Yeah. That's a good way to decrease my stress.
You can build bathhouses and things.
Can you?
Yeah, in your town. I only have 4 children. Why is Anna Eric's daughter von Bassenheim is wounded? Why is she wounded? She's an astute intellectual, you know.
Oh, that's good.
How's this siege going? 14 months left.
William
That's
has
100%.
lost a war in France.
He's also lost the war with Scotland, but he's not admitting it yet. I'm actually at war and profitable, so.
King Murray won against King William.
Yes.
King William just aged up while I was looking at the pictures. They both like me for some reason.
I think they both like me as well. I'm looking for Limerick. Okay. No, I'm not in Limerick. I want to be in Limerick. It's taking me to the city next to Limerick. I can't actually do anything in Limerick. Nothing's upgradable. I can upgrade the temple though. Good. Oh, disband armies. What did he capture? Was it County Durham? British Isles are a right mess just now, right? Oh, I can hold court.
Yeah. It's quite
Gesture for the first.
Cumberland, Northumberland, and Durham are now part of Scotland, but Lothian and Bar, and Leicestershire, and Heavierdale are part of England.
My liege, Emma says full of excitement, I have a great idea that can bring you either money or fame. More alcohol. Even more alcohol. No, I can't have even more alcohol. It's broken. A hundred free Jesus sticks. Okay. Empty council position, I don't have a chancellor. Shh. Earl Cathmal of Desmond. Same. The dwarf must have died. Yes. The dwarf was like injured as well. He had like a maimed face.
Ouch.
He's 64. He didn't need to marry. Can't declare war on anyone. Oh, he's allied with Scotland now. What lifestyle are you in?
My niece has been taken prisoner.
What lifestyle are you in? Yeah. Way over in bloody.
Lifestyle.
Yeah. The cans took a prisoner.
Yeah. Temptation focus.
Is that a lifestyle?
I don't know, that's what it says under the lifestyle thing. Yeah, the intrigue lifestyle.
Ah, you're an intrigue. Okay. I've never done intrigue. It's the only one I've not had. You're a spying man. 21.
Is that just that?
Your spouse is 19. Countess Ronalda.
Yeah, she became a countess when we got married.
Yep. Sense. My daughter is a queen. The rest are infantas. Trying to get some piety. Here. Sahara's a country, apparently.
Louis has died of old age.
Who? Oh, yeah. That's the brother that's not... Well, he's really my half-brother.
Yeah. Your brother.
No, he's your half-brother as well.
That's
In fact,
brother.
yeah, he's not your brother at all.
Huh. Except by marriage, presumably. So stepbrother. Obligation invalidated.
No. What happened was, our father had two wives, right? The first wife fathered me, the second wife is the one that's still alive that fathered you. But that brother that died was an illegitimate child from the first marriage, like the first wife. There's no blood relation to you at all.
Alright. Wait. Alright, I'm with you, yeah. So yeah, it's literally just via marriage.
Your mother married his stepfather, technically.
Yes.
was I going to do? Look at the Jesus sticks. Like 319 more. My granny was the woman who was the Earl of Lanarkshire that ended up married to the King of Ireland that caused Ireland to get Lanarkshire. Also your granny, the Countess Maud. Countess Maud.
My sister Patricia is longing for romance. Perhaps I should put my matchmaking skills to the test and ease her suffering.
Get her married. Who's Patricia?
Gain a lifestyle perk.
Where's Patricia?
Oh no.
Your sister Patricia.
That's... If I point at the name, let's see. Queen Mother Patricia Dieguez of Aragon.
Married?
47. Half-sister.
Yeah, she's married. She's married to
Yeah.
Lub van Alacron.
Indeed.
Child is the King of Aragon. Didn't realise that happened. Aragon's getting bigger.
Yeah. And yet here's me apparently playing matchmaker for her.
Strange.
Yeah. Must know more about her preferences. By discreetly observing her interactions at court, I could get a glimpse of her innermost desires.
The King of Scotland really likes me.
Well, you did sort of kick his enemy's ass in a war. Oh, I gained a random 55 gold coins. My steward's average stewardship skill. That means I can build shit.
And go to war with England for Lothian. Oh, court. There's a lady here. I find my kinsman Sebastian. There's a lot of children in my court. Sitting on the floor. Let him be a genius. Give me those Jesus sticks, quickly. I don't want to die. Yeah, the Earl of Lothian's the only claim I've got that isn't impressed. What's this? My son Fernando has just finished a lesson. I don't know if greedy. Greedy or callous? I like callous. Greedy's pebble. And I'm at a beast. Oh, hey, little man. Little Master man. Get rid of that. Oh, then get. One comes on the pipes. Look, like if you zoom out, look how big Golden Horde is.
Like what, sorry?
Golden Horde.
Oh, wow. Makes the Russian Federation look, average.
Originally that, and, or recently, that and the Borjoran, and I think maybe the Rong, all the same country. It split into three when the previous queen died. The Mongols. The Russians are under the Mongol yoke. There's a real thing from Russian history.
Indeed.
Well, Wilhelmina died, and I'm happy about it. Don't know who Wilhelmina is. %18 chance. Bermudo has died! Now I'm very stressed because Bermudo died. There's a weird decision. He was my... Oh, yeah. Spy master.
Alliance expired because of it. What alliance? Is it you?
No, it was alliance to him. He was the lord of somewhere. And a different duke. I can put St. George's ankle on a... That is a big ass ankle on a pedestal. So I've an empty council position, presumably. Yes. Waiting for something to happen. Child benefits from spouse's tutelage. What is my son like? He is hale. He's a hale lad. He's not half a lad, he's a hale lad. With a hale son, Gunther.
I do believe that means he's quite healthy.
Do you have any children yet? No. That's strange.
Just clicking into the same thing. Although the current stress reduces my fertility 10%.
You've got so many siblings. My daughter has 5 children.
And my rule of inheritance is Confederate partition, which means splitting it up between all the children.
Yep, I've got that as well.
Grandfather slain in battle, Gonzalo, during the Battle of Chaves.
Galicia, your granny died as well. Now King Gonzalo, who is your...
Grandfather.
No, he's not. He's
Oh, that's what it just said.
just killed though. He's...
Oh, right, the new king is Goliath. Yeah.
something. I don't know what he is to you. He's my... He's not related to me at all.
Why can't I find it on the map?
It's in the west coast of Spain.
Oh, I see it. It's tiny. Right.
Yes, it wasn't tiny when my father married your mother. He's losing a battle to Castile. He's losing a war to Castile.
He's 15 and he's a rapacious villain.
Yep.
Betrothed to a 30-year-old.
These things happen. Where is the Jesus sticks?
That's not Spain at all, that's Portugal.
The west coast of the Iberian Peninsula.
Yeah. I mean, I have a friend who's actually attending an educational establishment there.
Portugal.
In Porto, of all places.
Aragon's captured quite a lot of Valencia. I can't even communicate with the King of Valencia. Far away. the Caliph of the biggest country in the Spanish Peninsula, or the Iberian Peninsula.
Oh,
Duke Matthew was imprisoned.
oh, he imprisoned Duchess Orabilia.
His own wife, who is my cousin.
Yes, and mine.
Your services are invaluable, Earl Catmail. I'm trying to murder me, really. Okay, I can do a thing. Found a holy order. I want to do that. We wait. Still upgrading this bishop place. September 1291.
King Gonzalo has been captured by King Ramiro of Castile and released.
Castile is now taken over completely.
Spent 8 days in jail.
He's no longer a king though.
Yeah. In the siege of Porto.
Spanish royals have some poor critics. Ah. King William's got a big beard. Big beard. When I started this, all I had was Thomond, by the way.
All you had was what, sorry?
Thomond.
Oh.
I don't actually control all of Ireland. Or can control more than the Republic of Ireland do.
Indeed.
Oh.
You got the entire Republic and the Duchy of Ulster.
Oh, I don't have Ulster.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You have the entirety of the Republic and that, except for Bryfna. I think that's... I don't know whether that's part of the Republic or Northern, I think. Might have been split half and half, but looks at... I don't remember. No, I think it's Northern.
King Murray is albino, and so are his children. Prince Richard and Princess Isabel. Actually, what are you doing this now? Because nothing's happened.
Yeah, I'm currently waiting for money to upgrade some stuff.
What about that? My daughter is arbitrary.
Your daughter's what?
Arbitrary. 10th of February.
Oh, I have another imposter syndrome thing. Stress level 1 again.
One of my sisters is pregnant. One of your sisters is pregnant. My sister's pregnant. Skilled tactician and military engineer, but not yet pregnant. It's sad. I have court grandeur. It was constructed. No. Empire of Britannia.
I want to gain the trait irritable. I don't want any more stress, so I think I'll take it.
You don't have other options?
No.
Oh.
It's either become irritable and lose stress, or don't and gain stress. I lashed out in frustration at the mayor that doesn't like me. Her opinion was minus 19, it's now minus 100.
Yep. That's what happens.
I'm no longer overwhelmed by stress.
Come on, Fernando! You're playing the drums, Fernando. I need you to age up a little bit. Treacherous Absolver. No, him. It's not my son. And... What's this? Come on.
Councillor Garrick died in his sleep. Empty council position. Marshal.
Meow going for meow.
I only have 5 candidates.
Well, that's a small little area. You can invite more courtiers.
Yeah.
Island. Iceland's just called Island.
It's
No.
still pronounced Iceland, it's just the old spelling.
My courtier gained... Every courtier gave plus 10, depending on me. My councillor Rudan died. My marshal, incidentally.
Any sleep by any chance?
I don't look. I don't know from a seizure.
Oh, no, Garrick for me.
Seizure.
Strange one. We both lost our marshals at the same time.
There's something happening. The purposely. How often does that number tick up? A month. It's October!
Ronaldo is pregnant.
Well, that's good. Hopefully it's a boy, because right now I'm your primary heir.
I have a new guest knight in the court. Visiting court, what can I do about that?
Yeah, if you get courtiers, you may be able to hire them.
Yeah, alright. Different.
Master of the Horse. A royal architect. It doesn't tell you when these people die. What does a seneschal do? I'm of age. My son is now an adult. Prince Martin of the Holy Roman Empire can be my seneschal. Okay, and I want pet cat, rat hunting cat. Both can marry. Send proposal. There we go. A sturdy woman from the east has arrived to be the future queen. Courtier scorned. Why would you honour that full Diego position in court and not me? Oh, odd off. Moving the goalposts.
I need to make him a knight before I can actually.
Nah. If we can actually what?
Hire him as anything else.
I thought that's what you meant when you said if there was anything.
He's arrived.
No, I thought that was what you meant.
No, so I sent out summons for knights, and he. Oh, that's. I now have 2 of them visiting court, but I don't know what to do after that.
My primary heir is wearing a hat. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about that very much. Look at you, you cheeky little lad.
Dear.
What's that, you Emlyn? I have a new archbishop. Ah, he's on me. He's on me.
Fine. List of knights.
Councillor died.
There are many. Find, but
Oh no, he didn't.
knight. Oh, I have a daughter, and she's my heir.
Oh, that's good. Oh, tiny girl. Annabella. Yeah.
I haven't selected the name yet.
Well, it says Annabella to me.
Yes, that was the default random. Go with that one.
Julia. Bill.
Making a good strong Scots name. Here we are. Courtier Eric of Galloway. Recruit to court.
I've just had a grandson. Not off my ear. Fortunate. Awful. Yeah?
There we go. My heir won't become a great ruler without education. Right, that's all I need. A court tutor. The only option is Andrew, whose aptitude is average.
Yeah, as you grow it'll get better. What are you saying, Gunther? What are you saying, you cheeky lad? Here he goes. I'm a drunkard. And a poet. I don't think that carries on, does it?
Another guest in court.
Child benefits from spouse's privilege. Matilda.
Court of Craven. Honourable Lana.
Dynasty Legacy. Convergent blood. You have child. Pregnant? No. She's a sturdy woman. I'm 52.
The dishonourable villain is also very loyal. And makes a good shooter.
I haven't built anything in quite a while. Oh, no, I couldn't build anything. Emma is no longer your position.
There you go.
Emma is no longer your court physician.
Oh.
She died.
Ouch.
Happens.
Indeed. Wife's opinion of me is only plus 75. My daughter's opinion of me is plus 100. Yes.
You remember to remember to educate your daughter.
Yeah, that's why I got a court tutor.
No,
Sign
you
in again.
no. Go to your daughter. Right click on her and hit educate child.
Oh, right.
The tutor is passive, but you like assign a proper.
Where are all these commands? Like educate?
Right click on her. It should be. If you right click on the child, it should be on the list.
There we are. I wasn't aware there was a right click.
Yes, there's right click on people.
That makes a lot more sense on a few things.
No. Okay. Well, it saves that. Thank you for your generous gifts. Whatever that was.
Wasn't me.
No, it wasn't you. Is this? There was a commotion among the children today. Matilda was attempting to preach among her fellow youngsters and became a target of a small fight. Helen intervened. Let's stop the fight. You can give Helen Heleneth, unfortunate. Brave. Roll number straight. Bad time to hold court. Hello, Heidi. Come on up. Yeah. Yes, she's around. Grandpa's not happy. Up and down. There we go. Absolutely covered in cats. Hold court. Oh, he's away. Just the first line to approach. Sorry?
Jesus. I appear to have rather a lot of Jesus sticks and I don't know what to do with them.
How many did you have?
1,174.
I have 4,218. You can spend them in things. My vassal Earl Gillen comes forward apprehensively, escorted by his wife Matilda, who seems in a bad temper. Shouts up, "My lord, Mayor Lewis is trying to seduce my husband! An affront to God, I cannot think what else it could be." Either he's given me Jesus sticks. Give him known fornicator.
Lexical lethargy. It's hard keeping all these languages in my head. Iberian vulgar as time is taking a turn to go.
A new arrival to my court today is one Arnold, an envoy from my acquaintance Kaiser Bernard of the Holy Roman Empire. King Lawrence, it has come to my attention of my liege that you are harbouring an individual. Gregor to Bernard. Okay, but who's Arnold? Why do I care if he's upset with me? My liege, Mayor Cassio's voice, I request we launch an investigation about an infamous preacher. Okay, it's fine. Bernard lost 20 opinion of me. Bernard!
Apparently I can petition you, but what can I petition you for?
What can you petition me for?
Apparently a council appointment or to grant a claim.
Council appointment. I don't have any space in my council. What are you good at?
Still looking down, there are other options, but I've just been granted another child. Also a daughter.
You have... You have 9 intrigue and my current spymaster has 90 or 21 something.
There. Try that one. And have a new daughter to educate.
As a speaking my surely my green liege. Okay. I'm stood in the middle of the room for some reason. Infante Gonzalo is last known to show is at last shown into my great hall. Wastes no time. Are you looking at this as well?
No, I sent it.
But you're here, personally. And wastes no time before walking up. Thank you. An urgent there. Or need of. Fund a new church. That is good.
Yeah, I figured it might give you Jesus sticks.
Doesn't seem to, it just costs money. But. Well, it gives you Jesus6. Alright, there was somebody else there. Oh blood. Force this man to see a physician. Force this man to see a physician. You can found a holy order eventually. Okay, twins! Very perceptive. Gunther, armed vassal. As I walk outside and greet my spar master Earl Gillen, crouching beside my cat Gunther, tenderly petting his head. Okay. During the daily management of the Learn, I've learned of several different opportunities I can pursue. Get the book. Wait for the book.
My steward's average stewardship caused the problem.
Yes, it happens quite a
For
lot.
years I have inefficient census. My garrison size is reduced 30% and my holding taxes are reduced 20%, so we have no idea who and how many people live here.
When does this girl age up? She's 15, come on.
16 I think is...
Sin forgiven or... Okay. Player Infante Fernando Lawrence. Every time my Queen Mare spins be bent over the throne, she gets visibly excited. Would you like help with some of your studies? Someone to exchange ideas with? Stewardship. Okay, that's fine. 54.
I have an available pair.
I am very stressed. I find a makeshift looking stall. I'll just destroy her son. Fine. My friend died. My friend Zedus the gardener is Olmas died. That's very sad.
Indeed.
Do I have anything I need? Antiquarian. I could use an antiquarian. C. Drink.
There appears to be some sort of uprising going on just to the south of Lanark.
The south of Lanark. Oh yeah. What? Who is it? It's a peasant. It is a peasant uprising. Scots are having a bit of a problem. Something's happening in Wales as well. They've got. Oh, they're at war with. Okay, the Welsh king is at war with the Duke. It's Welsh. In a liberty war. Lots of wars going. Look at France. France is like a mess.
Yeah.
Golden Horse is doing great. Ugan Huramashi of the Golden Horde. There was a point in time Norway didn't exist. Sweden totally conquered them at one point. Rodrigo keeps straight honest. Seen that. I am 55. How old are you? 28.
And I'm no longer overwhelmed by stress.
Primary heir is my niece.
Or went an attempt to seduce a barmaid and instead said, I'm just here for the drinks. And reduced my stress by 43.
You got like this or something. Irritable. You're profligate.
Yeah. While
Oh,
I
no.
have come to expect mischief from my daughter and heir Julia, her creativity keeps me on my toes. When it is not prank, it is a brawl, a disgruntled tutor, or grazed knees from an adventure gone wrong. Never a dull moment. She gains the trait rowdy.
There you go. You can reduce some stress there.
The latest work of Damien.
This one it actually says Lawrence, right?
Yeah. Spring of regret.
I don't write it, I just
Yeah.
tell it to write it. Rodent killer! Is now rat-free. Matilda is no longer a child. The map.
There we go. My stress is now only 169 out of 300. Do here.
Hmm. Why can I marry? I can marry off Scottish princesses. Duke Tegan one at once. People come to give me stuff, it's great. My acquaintance, something's died.
Ouch.
Put the book in the corner. It was in a case. It looked like it was just sitting the book in the corner, like that I collected.
Oh, aunt killed in siege. My aunt Christina was killed by my cousin Count Gonzalo.
That's in Spain somewhere. Your mother's
Yeah,
still alive.
think so.
Yes. It's 47. Princess of Galicia. Look at all the crowns on your siblings. I got
What, sorry?
your siblings.
Is that you doing?
Yes. Gains a trait gregarious. They only seem to be inheriting hail. They don't seem to be inheriting any other traits. Quite annoying. Very stressed. Very, very stressed. A scheme at court. Oh no. Someone's trying to murder Gregor. What am I going to try to do here? Move through all my courtyard. Little dwarf man. That's a big giant man. This is a lady.
Princess Ronaldo is pregnant again.
Yeah, you know. Well, I've got traits to make people very fertile.
And apparently the lifestyle intrigue adds, well, the temptation focus adds 20% to my fertility.
Sister never had any children.
Recently, oh, I have another break of imposter syndrome.
Who is
I
this?
try to be a good temperate Earl, but my mouth seems to water constantly. Everything makes me hungry. Why am I so damn hungry? Okay, so I can either lose 21 stress and 115 gold buying myself a new cloak, or I can punch someone and lose 42 stress. I'll do that.
Punch someone.
Yeah, lose 42 stress. That's the only consequence. Cousin taken prisoner by
Not me.
Gonzalo. It's all Gonzalo. He's a rapacious villain, and he's really at it.
It's hard to find people that aren't related to the people I'm trying to marry to them. Who's this? My grandson. Only is a negative trait. Oh, I've made a mistake. And for heritable traits, what does he have? He has commonly. That's all they ever get.
A long evening of state business with Bernard has slowly degenerated into both of us being deep in our cups, slurringly swapping saucy stories.
Deep in your cups.
As in drunk.
Yeah, I know, but that's the way of putting
An
it.
interesting way to, yeah. I have just finished my retelling of a tale of mournful lust for one's unreachable reflection. When I see an untoward gleam in my companion's eye, thoughts of blackmail race unbidden to my mind. Perhaps Bernard is actually a bit keener on this subject than he knows.
I'll be interested when it comes back. Okay, related to me.
Who is Bernard in?
He's one of the other jukes, isn't he? I think I've interacted with him before. Sounds familiar.
Yeah. And he's just gone up to an opinion on. And I have successfully swayed my father-in-law. The 25 opinion. I have a new daughter. It's all daughters.
Happens. You've not got a son. You've got a son.
Um,
But you did.
nope.
Well,
The randomizer under a good Scots name has suggested Ella. I doubt I'm going to name any of them Sophia, though.
Zophia's the older one. Zofia also has a child.
Did not know that.
Yeah. I believe it's intended to be an infant now. Solitude in the Great Hall. Rodrigo Guy. Give him shy, impatient, or gluttonous. It can be shy. Diego has murdered someone. I don't know who. My nephew Diego.
You should be able to find out who by clicking on it.
My daughter-in-law has ran away.
My cousin Mafalda has come to me. I have noticed your interest in the arts of subterfuge. I might be able to help you learn more. She smiles mysteriously as she joins me in the gardens. She's as renowned as anyone with these sets of skills. Yeah, and I would like to deepen my knowledge of intrigue.
My daughter is pregnant.
Do I trust someone with these skills, though?
Yeah, I mean, I've never been down that track.
What happens? Either trust her and see what happens, or she'll lose his 20 opinion of me. See what happens and hope for the best.
I need 10,000 Jesus sticks. My son is 21. What did you do? 30. Your wife is pregnant again. And she's 28.
That's a 4. This is insane.
I only have 4. Although my father had 6 and his father had 5 and his father had 4. 3. There was somebody who had lots.
Yeah, you're what age with 4?
55.
And I'm 30 with my 4th on the way. It's insane.
I think the most I've had is 6. Ellen keeps a trait paranoid, okay. That's wonderful news. Can I ask my head of faith for gold? You can do that. Sure.
Yep.
Ellen had another door. Prince Guy of England. He is Herculean. He has +8 prowess.
Wow. I'd love to know why the more gold I have, the more gold it costs to upgrade things so that they remain out of my reach.
Sorry, what did you say? I was reading something.
The more gold I have, the more it seems to cost to do the same upgrade.
I know what you mean. Yeah, it does that.
Reach.
Lots of things.
Oh. Oh dear.
What happened?
As I wait outside the birthing chamber, each minute feels like a lifetime. Ronaldo's screams have ceased with no infant's cry replacing them. Something is wrong, I can feel it in my bones. The door opens. The midwife's wretched expression confirms all my fears. They're both gone.
Oh, interesting timing. Did it alert you to that?
It did. So you died and took over a new character.
Yes, the sun happens. A friend. Okay.
Oh dear, I can either lose 42 stress and gain high blood pressure, or lose 42 stress and 175 gold, or gain 50 stress. I guess it's the gold. Artifact claim.
Yes, let's make sure. You really don't like me, man.
Plus 27 in me.
And that reset all my Jesus sticks. Am I supposed to get 9,000?
So apparently I have a personal claim on all the artifacts that you inherited. I gained 25 stress from Lawrence dying. And my nephew, Duke Obeko, has created a faction to install Vela on the Irish throne.
Amerish.
Is it too soon to be choosing another bride?
No.
Especially in those days.
You are very far down on my list of people to assign as a spy master. Incredibly far down.
That makes perfect sense.
I'm stuck in culture. Ah, here we go. I was trying to murder someone, I don't remember who it was.
Ha.
Your siblings all have, or lots of your siblings have crowns.
I've what, sorry?
Crowns?
Oh, yeah.
Oh well, yeah, well, I'm not your sibling in your
Nephew?
thought, yeah.
How about a gracious maniac whose opinion of me is 28?
That's what it
Yeah.
says to me. Says about me. Okay. Social manipulation. Oh, it's this. Gives me the best outcome. It doesn't give me. Hmm. Yeah, I won that. My glory is widely known. I can imprison criminals. I can imprison my wife.
Yeah, theoretically you can imprison anyone.
Yeah, but without it being considered. That was bizarre. Okay. Is it? Want that? That's not going to work. Cancel it. What's going on? Chester. Cheshire.
trying to romance Princess Effie.
Is that your new wife?
No, but could be.
Who is the person? Who's her liege?
That would be the King of Scotland, her father.
Then it's irrelevant what you do.
No?
Only him that matters.
Yeah, his opinion of me is high, but there's one for you.
What's this happening? I wait patiently throne for the arrival of you. It is soon announced, ushered before me, he kneels in deference, offering nothing but the oath to faithfully serve as vassal, though the Earl is clearly panicked. Practice the Basque vows, he mispronounces several sections, humorously changing their meaning and leaving my courtiers.
Oh dear.
Stress
So
then, I
basically,
guess. He converted
absolutely
back.
railed it up.
Yeah.
I've concealed chuckles of the court make it clear that my language needs more practice. With that, the ceremony is complete. I have nothing to offer the king except my promise to faithfully serve as a vassal of the kingdom. I'm surprised he acts almost as if nothing has happened and accepts my homage with grace.
Yeah, I had the option to like slag you.
Yeah.
There's not much happening here. Another son.
Tidbits from far away. Visiting the local market, a merchant from a faraway land catches my attention. Come closer, my lord. Marvel at treasures never before seen in these lands. Walked right past the guards responsible for these beauties. I know, a true knower of people that I am. This merchant might have more to give me than marvels from afar. It'd be interesting travelling as much as you do as an option. Yeah, I think I'll take a shot at that.
Infante Abel. Didn't get any traits.
My sister Patricia died of heart failure.
That's a bit of a
And
cheat though, right?
brought me closer to heart failure. My stress is back to 185.
What is this? To nurture relations between the next generation, not neglect. My counsellor died. My chancellor. Sensible King of Ireland. Task finished.
Just realised my spy master is more skilled than the Scottish King's spy master.
Elo English.
For some reason, it will give me the option to propose to one of his younger daughters, but she's like 6, but not to the elder. A stranger is brought before me. He's been waiting outside the castle gates for a week, my liege. The governor
It's because she's already engaged. Princess Effie's engaged to someone. Maldred.
Tell me that.
Sigurdur. Let's be quick on her. I seduced my queen. My son is betrothed to someone in the middle of Germany. Well, the French are losing a war again. They're losing a war to the Austro-Hungarian Empire, to the Holy Roman Empire. Hungarian. Valencia seem to be losing a war against Aragonese. Again. Yeah, he's already married her off to someone. Oh, my sister died.
Patricia? Someone else? Patricia isn't your sister.
She is my sister, yes, that's... No, Matilda. By Peter Alt Cult. Who's Peter? Who is that? Someone in the south of England. Bill Perks.
Plunder results in claim. Sinead officially acknowledged my claim to the earldom of Ailech.
What are you doing in there? I'm trying to murder the guy that murdered my sister. Royal Court, okay. My mother, who was queen, has been getting more irritable day the day. As I sit on the throne, contemplating causes. Fernando, my son! Do something about these mournful rags you call clothes. And that's a daughter. Old court. Commencement. Yeah, okay. Oh. The baby's sad. The peasant in front of me seems about to explode with excitement.
Oh.
My lord, miracles of holiness, we have been blessed. It costs me. I want the Jesus.
Entry perk. What? Earl Simon of Galloway has sent me a letter. To the worthless Gonzalo, I have been corresponding with your Chancellor,
Yeah,
Carlos.
the Chancellor's got low skill.
It has been a shameful diplomatic display. Has been some terrible misunderstanding. Yeah, I didn't have many choices.
Yeah. Non-voy from... Who's Richara? Level 5 grandeur in my court, I'll have you know.
Nice.
Greetings. Allies have I got? Nordmark and Upper Burgundy.
See. I could try and get myself a Swedish wife.
Sweden.
Zealous, trusting, and gregarious.
Mm.
My daughter
Assassin!
Delia has been asking me for a rolling hoop for a long time. Told her I would get her one in 3 months if she displayed more focus in her studies. Ever since I made the promise, she's been redoubling her effort. Got to keep that promise. To the implacable Gonzalo, I gladly accept your marriage proposal. You may be joined with my daughter in holy matrimony. Excellent. Advice protecting against schemes.
No dread.
Same level of devotion, I am known for dedication to the faith.
Meow! Hunter says meow.
No one living has a hook on me.
Lucky you.
Your previous character.
Yes, my
did.
previous one did, but this one doesn't.
I guess you didn't inherit that.
No, it doesn't pass it on. These are the same.
Oh. Countess Alosia of Desmond has sent me a letter. She would be delighted if my daughter and heir
Yeah, I've got the
Julia
same one, yeah.
visit her court and meet her peers, including everyone of note, yeah, which unfortunately includes her. Good enough. Guessing they don't think much of me.
Child returned. Cousin taken prisoner. Up in Norway. You can get like ransom requests, and they are actually time sensitive, so well you can.
This countess is 5 years old.
Happens.
No wonder she was so disrespectful.
She just doesn't like it. But it's based on opinion. I don't know if the age affects it.
Opinion of me is plus 12. It's not very high, but it is positive.
I can arrest her.
My former father-in-law, one of the opinion factors is I'm honest and he's deceitful, so minus 10.
She's in jail. Oh, there's a crusade.
We'll prepare for war. Perhaps I should consider joining ...
It's very good. It's very beneficial if you join. And you win.
Yeah, that's the... yeah.
Oh, it's way down in bloody Middle East. Right.
Mhm.
Diplomacy. Of the hunt is my mother. Any children? Why do you not have any children? Empty council position. The Ulsterman. He doesn't have any children.
Is that Gunther wailing in the background?
No, he's just sitting there.
Must be environmental noise.
I don't hear it at all. There is.
Yeah, it's when you zoom in on places it makes environmental noise. Yeah, it stopped when I zoomed out.
He's paid me 50 gold to get out of jail. The lassie that invited us to the party.
Oh, she's only 5 years old, I mean.
Gain generous liege. What is this? That's not me. It's King Murray of Alba. As the king of vassals owe me their allegiance, my word is law.
Oh, there's a story piece. I was shocked when I caught my daughter Mirren trying to steal from the travel chest of visiting Mayor Ablach. She confessed she had thought she could get away with it, but now knows it was wrong. Honesty will serve you best in the long run, child. She keeps the trait honest.
Golden Horse is still quite big, right?
Again?
Golden Horse is still quite big, right? Can't interact with Denmark. Can't interact with Poland.
I have another imposter syndrome. That'll do it.
Like, you've got such a low area that I can interact with.
Yeah.
Is this? What are these two hiding? Someone's trying to murder Say. Hello, Gunther. That's Gunther in the background.
Yeah, indeed.
Is a crusade happening? What's going on? I've not seen any, like...
Yeah. There's a thing for it in the bottom. Oh, it launches in 4 months.
Oh, okay.
If I pledge myself as an attacker, I choose a beneficiary. Okay. Share of war chest.
Import some Swedish delicacies.
Oh, my spouse's average diplomacy has led to a windfall. 20 opinion of me from my youngest daughter Ella.
It's something, right?
Indeed. Stayed for Syria.
Too far away from me, really that bothered about it.
My sister Indulcia died. Again, 25 stress. She was my half sister.
That just happened to me, yep. She's your sister.
Yeah. Like I said, she was 21.
Alright, that's when Dulcia died. Oh no. No. My Indulcia is my daughter. Got better from her illness when you said Indulcia died.
Yeah, this was my half sister, so 2 generations up from that one.
Is that a normal name?
Possibly they're both named for a common ancestor. Oh. Apparently this boy spat in my daughter Julia's food during dinner a few nights ago. It seems as if she's trying to tire him out by not reacting to his bullying. No matter how many times he calls her a newt or slaps her across the cheek. She has the trait calm, that's why.
There's a battle going on. Syria?
Barbarian has joined the war.
My army. I know where it went. Genuinely don't know where it is. Sailing through the medal I saw and I can't find it.
Oh.
Oh no, I
My
found it.
sister Esther died from her wounds. Uh-oh, my spymaster has come to me with grave news. While we do not yet know who, someone is plotting to kill me. And my new wife is pregnant. Wash carpet, vibrant and soft, arrives as a gift from Mayor Ablach.
Somebody's trying to murder you.
Yes, and she hates me with a passion, so... extra vigilant and 30 gold. Better get rid of it. Available perks.
Lost my army again.
My acquaintance died. I can't even pronounce that.
Yeah,
What
there's all
taxation causes banditry? What taxation? Oh, my steward's poor stewardship.
26,000 people in the army.
I need to get a new steward because this guy is just totally useless.
Yep. Where is my army? I don't know where it went. Alright, it's way up. Okay, somewhere. We're minus 1% in the Crusade.
Oh. My sister Joanna died of cancer. More stress.
Have you got an heir yet?
Say again?
Have you got an heir yet?
No.
You've got your daughters. Those are theirs.
Yeah. I thought you meant a heir rather than heiress.
Might want to go with matrilineal marriages. My army is sailing through the Med again and past the. What are you saying, you cheeky little man? You're having a fight.
Very irate cook shouts to me, I caught these two hiding in the pantry. She's dragging my daughters, Mirren and Ella. They stole a whole keg of mead, and Mirren just sat there as Ella drank herself into near oblivion, she says angrily. The middle child sat there while the youngest
Got absolutely miraculous.
It seems as if my ward protected her partner in crime, keeping a lookout while abstaining from any drink herself. Very good of you to abstain from the drink. Someone needs a lesson in personal responsibility. Or...
An army of 95,000 people.
Son!
They're too well organised. Jesus Christ. Still reckons military strength is 50-50-ish. Oh, it's because they're attacking from... Lots of them are attacking from the south. Oh, good. I'm ill. Don't go through the... I don't know, it doesn't have a physician. A councillor died. A chancellor. Chancellor. Technically, it was a spy master. Spying.
I mistakenly raised an army I don't need. I'd put them back.
Well, if you're in the war, you can't. You have to go down.
I'm not, they're in Lanark.
Okay, but if you are part of the war,
Alright, yeah.
you cannot expand your army until the war ends.
Oh, it's disband would be what it is. Right. Okay. So I need to somehow send them all the way down to Syria.
Yes, you go to Syria on the map and then you right click.
Alright. A local mystic insisted on seeing me and, upon being brought into my presence, has started wailing and... Is that blood on his hands? The signs are not in your favour, my lord. I spilled the intestines of a hen in the blood.
Oh no, you can disband if you click on the army in the bottom right itself. I don't know why you wouldn't want to come help us in the war that you agreed to do.
I hadn't realised that was... So, where is Syria? Here.
Down where I am, just now.
I actually can't see it.
It's not called Syria, it's called Nasibed. It's at the far end of the Med.
Alright. Oh yeah. With the... Right. So they have that destination. Oh, they do actually have a ship.
Yeah, it just appears.
Invincible shields constructed in Lanark. My son is being educated by Eric of Galloway. No beneficiary selected for the Crusade. Let's see. How do I appoint the beneficiary? There. Cousin, mentor.
Back to my old self. Good, I'm no longer ill.
Excellent.
We fight some Muslims.
With my niece. Actually, I'm gonna go on that. Sister-in-law. There we go. Should be beneficiary. Defensive position. Justified as well. It's 10 at good level as stewardship.
Not hugely, no.
Used to be the best to have. By a long shot. Yeah, I guess it's him. Which is the ball used for more kitchen fun with my children, I think. Yep. Greetings, my lord, Vela, one of the cooks says. I have your daughter Julia with me. She promised to clean the pots in the cookery. He draws a sharp breath. But she nibbled all the food like a little rat and then fell asleep on a flour stack.
Yeah, if you're a child, you can get the opposite side of that.
Take 38 stress to tell her she should treat Vela better. And I have stress level 2. I'm gonna have to spend 180 on a new cloak to lose 42 stress. My wife looks up at me with the baby cradled in her arms, head held high and eyes glowing with pride.
More children.
No, it's the same one. My wife wants to rename him after an impressive acquaintance called Holger.
Called who?
Oh no, this must be a new baby. Holmger. Oh, it's Count Holger. Okay.
Crusades at 1%. High contribution is probably nothing.
My antiquarian Hugh has oh. My courtier and 2 others have been taken prisoner. Too far away to interact with. Oh.
What?
What did I do about that? I just lost my new steward because of that. He's been taken prisoner. Slaughter of this.
Where's the rest of my army? way down there. New steward. This is the green one, right? Where are my allies? I don't trust the idea of a cupbearer, that sounds dodgy.
Enemy ally joins war. Oh, great.
It's not. Well, if you look at it, it's the father's died and the son's taken over.
Alright. 3 of them.
Yep. Our guys must be doing well. Where are you going?
Neighbouring ruler won war. King William has won against Duke Hugh of York.
I'm in a bit of a war myself.
Following the death sentence of a lowly thief, I asked my daughter Mirren what she thought. She expressed doubts about whether any god could want a realm to be ruled by such harsh law. The mayor expects a council position. Steward is available. He's
Probably terrible at it, right?
Ooh.
Victory in the Crusade.
Hey. Titles are being handed out to beneficiaries. Gold and piety is spread among all participants. That's a lot of gold. Establishment of a proper Catholic king in Syria. Focus back on my realm. What is this? Oh, right.
I've done this a pure stupid way.
No.
What are you up to?
looking through the knights I invited to court. Oh, sacred lineage. That generally comes from...
Yeah, it's the Holy Roman Empire thing, right?
Yeah. Another knight called Andrew. Still is 16. Or something.
There's a battle happening. I won it.
Ransom. What?
Someone get captured.
Yeah, they were captured a while ago. Well, he's willing to release Dawagung from his care, but freedom does not come for free. 10 gold. Right. Pencil. Better than 10 stewardship now. Nope. It's him. I need a new spy master.
Kind of sign yourself. Strangely.
But my new steward's daughter has 13 in intrigue, 14 in 11.
What about your wife set to do?
Is this ruler?
You can set her to do different things.
My mother died. I gained 50 stress. My nephew was
You lasted a while.
at it. Few bells, that's it for Coleman.
Battle of what?
Beaumont.
Yeah, that's the battle I just had in Ireland.
Yep. And my nephew was involved in it.
What was I?
Well, I've come to expect mischief from my son and heir, whose creativity keeps me on my toes. Dull moment. Twists and turns of fate have not always been to my advantage.
Your son likes me more than you do.
I was cursed the day I met Mayor Ablach. Today, however, that curse has been lifted. Fate has smiled upon me and brought back that worthless fool to her grave. Not one day too soon.
Hello, Heidi! Heidi girl, what are you doing? Oh, there's Gunther.
There. Ransom? Oh, right.
My mother died. Let's see.
Fernando imprisoned my nephew Duke O'Bakel.
Why does the Holy Roman Empire hold part of Ireland now?
Good question. Which part? Oh! Mayo.
Oh, he must have been the heir to whoever that was. Got that.
Mayor Ablach's wife, sorry, Mayor Ablach's husband, has taken over her position, and he is also a villain. Julia comes of age. For the longest time, I was hoping that good tutelage would be enough to teach her the intricacies of careful planning. All my efforts have come to nothing, however. While she has shown herself fully capable of petty scheming, few would call it refined. But refinement is not always what you need. She's a flamboyant trickster now. Okay. She's an honourable empath as well. Let's find her a boyfriend. Not a 57-year-old, that's disgusting.
Yeah. Gotta get Mayo back.
Question.
Like going to war with the Holy Roman Empire.
Yeah, that would not be fun.
He's got 60,000 men. To my 20,000. Can't have any children. You're on fun and you're... Who's this? Nice if I could produce a son, that'd be great. Aye, that was nearly a disaster.
I need to replace that bloody useless Chancellor.
Why am I losing so much money?
Right. Someone with better diplomatic skill. Hmm. Treacherous villain, but she's got no skill in intrigue, so I'm not scared of her. I'll assign her to be diplomatic. There we go. The steward has poor stewardship.
Not atypical.
Yeah. He's... Feel his tail. I now have someone yeah. My daughter's new husband has stewardship 18, so stick him in the role. Delagung will be less happy with me, but
Whoa, 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 whoa.
so
Go to Serbia. Click on it.
going to Serbia. Oh wow.
Yeah, that took me by surprise. Why did the King and Queen of Serbia have their...
Very good question. Especially if they're Orthodox Christians.
Lawrence? Will do me. Berber languages.
Say again?
Berber languages. What are you doing in Lanarkshire? There are things don't know. There's Warhamming, let's see what's in Lanark. You've got homesteads, you're building ditches, hunting towers, and vegetable fields.
You see all the rowdiness in Ayrshire there? It's now in Garrick. Oh, in Ayrshire as well.
Yeah, see it.
The Bernard from earlier is my court position. Now 63. And just gained the trait novice position. He's been my physician since I was 10 and he's just become a novice at it.
Yeah, that's what happens. What is this? Someone's trying to kill Frank. Court event. Bernard, the position of court and not me, I'll come off it.
There we are. With her coming of age, my tuition of Mirren is at an end. With sufficient tutelage, even a child who has displayed a little natural inclination towards warfare, such as Mirren, can come to truly understand it. She's shown great aptitude both in battle tactics and the management of armies. It's a shame she'll never command them. She's a skilled tactician and an aggressive attacker. There we are. I gained the trait L. Rare. Dr. knows a fair number of suitable remedies.
You can do with like an expensive one.
Yeah, got the options of safe treatments, or it's too late for caution, go with risky treatments, or just leave me be. I'm gonna go with safe treatments for now.
The woman that's
Right.
Queen of Syria was my courtier, apparently.
Told me to lie down in the bed and they rubbed and slapped my palms until they were red, and then repeated treatment on the soles of my feet. This odd procedure turned out to be just what I needed.
Infanta Endulcia Fernandez of Ireland. Why that they're called Infantas, but they're not called, like, Rays, and it's the king.
Indeed. Merrin is an honourable atheist.
Oh, it's went up by 4. King William! Can I murder the King of England?
Question. Hey,
Oh no, I can't.
I've lost trait L.
Yeah, the treatment working is good. What age are you? 43. So you're actually older than me.
Yep.
And then yours. Where's county? I don't know what. So it's the
top candidate for husband of Merrin is the 59-year-old Duke Eben III, the Impaler of Flanders.
you can set age. You can like go into the search settings and set an age range.
Age range, you say?
Well, it's like within 5 years or within 10 years or within 20 years, whatever, of whoever you're trying to marry. Like in the top left, there's like a little like.
Oh, toggle filters, there we are. Maximum age. Maximum age difference, there we go.
One died. One down. Oh no, please God, no. What is this? We can arrest them. Talking to someone at the feast. The feast had to come to an end because I sent that woman to prison.
My steward has left his position in the court. Wait, isn't that my son-in-law?
One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Queen Anna is pregnant. He's got a lot of claims, dear God. The only people I can declare war on are Alba, and the Holy Roman Empire.
Strange. Right. Oh. My son-in-law left my court because he's been recruited to the court of Count Norbert.
Norbert.
Hmm. How do I view someone's location?
You find them and then like click on them. You double click on them. He's in the middle of the Holy Roman Empire. He's on his way to
Oh yeah, I see him.
what's that? Reinenbach, right? Reichenbach. Yes. He's with it. He's with it.
Yeah. He's currently in his own barony though. Endless hearings. Not a day goes by without some new inconsequential matter being brought to my attention in court. Today it seems like it's Mayor Radin and Mayor Belaskita's turn to waste my time with a petty dispute. They would have me believe that this is an issue placing the very safety of the realm at risk, yet I cannot shake the feeling that they're largely overestimating the severity of the situation to feed their own egos.
My daughter's having a good education because of my wife's tutelage skill. You perk?
What's the perk?
Sound foundations. Oh, oh my God! She gave birth to a daughter in the middle of the phone room. Someone wants me to go to a party. All in the first person.
My youngest son has just been invited on a...
Yeah, well, the same one. Chess Elizabeth approaches me. My liege, people in the room are occasional joyous gathering. Sponsoring a feast. I sponsor it and she pays me. Okay.
Gift horses.
The courtier gave birth to a daughter. My lord, I represent the religious community. Okay, that's good, my person got learning. I request we launch an investigation into infamous creature. Keep getting that one. Oh, you're being called. You're being shouted, I believe.
Really?
Yeah.
1 sec.
Spymasters come with great news. Oh, Diego, someone try to kill Diego. I want it. Want it! Look at all these people, my children all think I'm wonderful. Still here. Yes. He's way up there.
Apologies, we had someone trying the door.
Oh. Yeah, well, they did not succeed.
Of course not. Fort Knox here.
Oh dear. Uh, William has better things to do.
Men at Arms discovered.
LOD.
Hey. Ditches constructed in Lanark. And a well-organised levy service. Thanks to Eric of Galloway.
Where does it look at the family tree? Somewhere, right? Or it's like a family tree thing. I remember it existing. I don't remember where it is though. Oh, Dynasty tree. There we go. Ah. There are few people below me. I have 6 children and 3 grandchildren. Queen of Syria died. We're wearing clothes now.
Oh, Ella's come of age. Just come to truly understand diplomacy. Haha. My daughter Julia has given birth to a son.
Zero. Zero. What's happening in Lanarkshire? What have you built?
a few things. Tried to get something going just about everywhere.
Helen is unbearable. Nice, Helen.
Oh. What happened to Bernard?
I don't know.
He just vacated his position. Hmm.
Oh, she's pregnant. Jutta Weimar Gorlitz is pregnant.
Hmm.
The glory is widely known.
Initiate search for a position. My daughter Mirren has given birth to a son. She's calling him Donald.
Donald! You play the drums, Fernando! More twins. Got lots of twins.
Oh. Having served me faithfully as my steward, I entrusted Dawa with the ability to travel freely within my court. However, I've recently learned he's taken advantage of my hospitality by being indiscreet with my daughter Ella.
Well, there you go.
I can either jail him and, yeah, everyone gets upset about it, or I can say it'd be a shame if this got out and they become lovers.
You're right.
Keep constructed and from my hair. Hybrid culture. Huh. Right. So, no need of an antiquarian, I don't have any artifacts. Court tutor might be a great idea. I have some grandchildren in need of teaching.
In my court, I think I've got everything I need. I'm a royal architect. National champion. Oh, there's a war going on.
As usual.
The young lassie won it. Well, 5 grandeur. I've done that wrong.
Right. I mean, Ella's 17 and Stuart that she's been hanging out with is 53. But he does appear to be no longer married.
The lure of language is you.
What? My youngest son has learned the Norse language through observation.
Or teaching him must be.
Bloody good. I gained men-at-arms negotiation for 5 years. What?
Men you can hire like mercenaries. Men at arms, no, men at arms is the thing you make military.
Jihad for Castile.
Yeah, that's fun.
Yeah. Right.
Their military strength is a lot lower than the defender's military strength, so I should crash them.
Excellent.
Ending the men of Lanarkshire. Only one of your siblings is still alive. They're now nearly 50. Yes, the English are there, so. It's English. Yeah, Oxford and stuff. England. I'd send mine down to Blandy because there's just so many people. Right up there. I have engaged them in a battle.
Nice.
I'm not going to get there in time to help them.
Oh.
I think we won anyway.
That's good. I have been overwhelmed by stress. I'm no longer overwhelmed by stress. What I did?
I think it was part of that battle. I'm not sure. Like, it'd be good if like that the directional arrows were like different colours. Like if you could see where your guys are going compared to other guys.
Yeah.
That's 11,000 guys. Although 54,000. Olaf 2 Borg has died. Ah.
My wife has gained architectural expertise. Administrative abilities have increased.
Something very exciting has happened.
Oh?
Yes.
Did you?
My first son had a son, finally, which means that my lineage is male, then male. The King of England doesn't have a son. My firstborn son's son is betrothed to his only daughter.
What?
Yep.
I married off all my daughters.
She's 11. I mean, he has to be very careful
Okay.
who he picks because he doesn't have any male heirs.
Oh, apparently his daughter is betrothed.
Yes, to my son
Yes, that was what you were saying.
or my grandson. Actually, sent him there. The son, this is the grandson, to be educated by the King of England. Why we're at 37%? There's not a single Muslim soldier in Castile. We've picked every single one of them over the mountains.
Right.
Like 8,000 guys. I won 4 battles.
That's pretty damn good.
And he's a spy master. Who's good at spy. Count Te, the little lassie that invited you at that party. To compliment the English. These mountains make it really difficult because there's like lots of people from both faiths just on either side of the mountains, but they can't reach each other, and the armies are just kind of sausaging about. 21,000 of them at one side and about 8,000 at the other. Loyalty or fear? I'll take the neutral option because the one that I don't want her to lose opinion, but the one where she gets opinion causes her to.
What?
Causes. The English are conquering Wales. Causes a lot of stress.
Yeah, that's not so good.
I am in debt. Queen of Wales is an adulterer.
Yeah.
Oh, my daughter.
Now my spy master is trying to seduce me.
Right. Someone's trying to kill Helen.
Huh.
Yeah. Lots of children to educate. So many children. Educate.
Indeed.
Meanwhile, this war's still going on. Why was I in your area there?
I didn't see you.
No,
Unless you mean Aura.
like I was trying to go through children educate and somehow ended up at your page. 62% won. Cousin released, cousin in prison, cousin released, niece in prison. Is that you?
No.
The past few days, my neighbouring. What is this? Okay, train. My neighbouring Mayor Dub Essa Dubstep has been visiting my court on her way to some holy site or something since arrival outshining with her generosity towards my own courtiers.
Movetler bütün konsept var.
Riknemovi.
L'équipe est une action. Libre lavore serventur brutale.
Ipsum tankom invel. Invel.
Hell upptaten konkret.
Meadows constructed in Lanark.
Just stop sweating. Meadows construct. That's a weird. It's the Duke that doesn't like me the most because he's a child. 5% chance to kill the King of England on a murder scheme.
5%. Chance I have.
Oh, less than that.
No,
Oh,
5%. I also gain 50 stress because I'm honest.
Gesture for the first person approach. Countess a freak. My liege. Smiles and laughter. I shall enjoy this gesture of yours. Can appoint her as my court jester.
Queen of England has a pretty high opinion of me.
For me, it is 100.
Yeah, for me it's 99. Temperate, honest. Quite the list. Send you a screenshot.
They're as thick as anticipation of my Chancellor. Duchess Elizabeth approaches me. Fix this problem. Hold a festival. We're having a festival. Good shot. That's the Queen. Keep trying to seduce these people. Oh dear, I can. Oh, if I capture. I'll have 2 crowns. They didn't capture Wales, which is a shame. My second son died. Finally, they're the same age. Because, I mean, we're twins. That battle went poorly. My spy master is also my jester.
Yeah.
Ah,
Quite unusual.
no one would expect it.
Well, we can do that.
The point this woman who's in my prison as my execution. Let's take a week for Connor. Their army that beat my army came north and got defeated.
Ouch.
Or they got defeated by a different Christian army. That albino king of Scotland has been king for a long time.
Yes. What was he? He's 59.
I think he took over as a child though.
Say again?
I think he took over as a child though.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Mind you, didn't I?
Yes, true.
I'm 50. Oh, what?
What happened?
Welsh king had his queen executed.
Happens.
My daughter Julia has just given birth to another daughter. Named her Alice. I've been overwhelmed by stress. What can I do to relieve it? Dee-dee-dee.
Age difference 10. Traits inheritable. Ranthonian. We won. We beat the Jihad.
Useless census. Inefficient census for 5 years. I need a better steward than this guy. Or Julia, someone played a prank on her at my feast there and shot it pecked in the nose by a peacock.
Father peacocks in Lanarkshire.
I think it was intended as food. Except it was kept alive as a prank. The court physician is now a wise woman.
Bring this little man a wife. How about this person, whose name is unpronounceable? This little man as well. What does he have? He doesn't have any positive traits at all. Well done, little guy.
More knights need to find someone better than Dalagun.
What's this? Status quo.
What of recent developments on the Iberian Peninsula?
That is something the Spanish do. Good of you to abstain from the drink. Okay.
First night guest has arrived.
Does he have? He has Rude and Quick. Okay, and what is this? Available perks one. Lanarkshire.
Lanarkshire.
Looking at Lanarkshire, seeing what's happening.
Alright.
Oh, I need some money. Right, whereas pencil's fine. Archbishop of Ireland. I mean, they have an Archbishop in reality. My son is in jail.
My wife has resolved the courtier's debt. Stewardship skill. Another knight has arrived.
The Prince of Alba is content maniac, and he is what? He's a lunatic. He's dead. He died. As I was looking at him, lunatic with smallpox, gout-ridden drunkard. Yep, no wonder he died.
Yeah.
His son now player there. Yes. Matudan Dunbar.
Here we go. Okay. A guest knight called Raymond. No skill in intrigue. 10 in stewardship, 11 in martial. That's all. What about him? He's an outstanding fighter.
It says primary heir. brother, who likes me slightly more than he does. Someone's trying to murder the woman I released from prison.
There's a thieves guild in Lanarkshire. Poor Marshall's guild caused this problem. Alright.
The point of that is.
My son-in-law is now a baron,
Happens.
therefore we're allied. It's Julia's husband.
He's the Baron of Glenkenstein. It's he's got what?
Place that he became a member of the court for.
He's probably the son of the guy. He's got 1,615 men.
My progeny are doing well. My heir still needs a wife, doesn't he? He's 15. Needs to get a friend for himself. Let's see.
Yay! My son in Muslim prison. Let that boy be cynical. How old is this guy? 44. He's not doing bad. Oh dear, the Princess of England has developed leprosy.
Oh.
It's bad for the English royal line.
Indeed.
I mean, that's his only heir. Looks like someone's like battered her face with a meat tenderizer.
It does. Wow. I guess that'll be Ramiro in the face of the.
Ramiro Diego Brain. It's like a combination of Brian and Brain. It's really.
Yeah. It's Irish word though.
Keep losing my Royal Architect. There are the things I can do. Realm. Limerick. Limerick! See, my wife does good chivalry. What did you just say? 49.
I have a mental break going on. What?
Ah, Scotland doesn't. It's not Scotland, it's Alba.
Yep.
It was
The
Scotland.
old-fashioned name for it.
Yes. There must be some other distinction, because it was called Scotland previously. The King of England has a claim on the earldom of Lanarkshire.
Oh, fun. There we are. Despite displaying little natural inclination, he's come to truly understand warfare, showing great aptitude in both battle tactics and the management of armies. I'm sure he'll make a fine commander one day. Skilled tactician, formidable banneret, aggressive attacker.
Any of the like lifestyle perks give you like more Jesus sticks. Bulgaria's there.
Why not wanted to?
My cousin is king of Syria. He's off my house. It's the Brian house. He down there, Irish guy. My stress at. My stress is quite high. Hard to keep the stress from being very high, right?
Yes. Alright. My son is getting married.
You're younger than I am. Ah, older one. He's already married when I was
Is
there.
it,
He's 15, right?
Mhm.
Oh no, she's from mainland Ireland. She's one of my other vassal's daughters.
Yeah.
Our culture's very strange. We've got Northern European knights and Northern European castles, but we have Spanish culture, like Spanish like clothing and language and things. Because if you look at the family tree, there. Found it earlier. I'll never ever find it again.
Typical.
Oh no, if you click on Brian and you an open dynasty tree, all the way up to Duke Murchad the First. His second wife says it's his third wife and his second wife, which makes sense. Was was a queen in Spain. That was the first wife I played as.
That's how you ended up with Ireland.
No, I started in Ireland.
Ah. My youngest son has become a scholar, basically, as he came of age. Nice.
Everyone I know his betrothed.
Oh, my wife is pregnant.
Yes, you have lots and lots of children in this game. Gav gets 6, 5 of them are alive. My wife is 51 though, so it's... Content's fine. Content's a good trait. Princess in England is 17. Prince Mistrud is no longer a ruler. He was deposed from Bohemia. My son is one-legged, okay. The next king of Ireland will have one leg. Also a diplomatic courtier. The charismatic negotiator. Wife is in France. For some reason. The son is England. Hi.
Ah, hey. I have another daughter. Isabel.
I wonder what that is. Okay, it's down here. I'm going to France. I don't know if this guy really benefits from my help, because he's got a lot more men than I do. Yeah, the boats are just randomly appear. Lanarkshire being part of Ireland is very strange. You're still a prince,
Yeah.
though. You're not just a duke. You're actually, or a count. You're actually a prince. Because your father was King Diego of Ireland. It's like 3 kings ago.
Yeah. Oh. My grandson Donald and his little friend Yanshu had taken a copy of scriptures from the study and brought it into the playroom. Donald tried to read it, but quickly realised that the words therein were best left to priests. He seems completely content with his current inability to understand the deeper meaning of the book. And I'll say, be content and not knowing, I say.
My son is now betrothed, or my grandson is now betrothed to Queen Isabella of England.
Ah,
Hello, little Heidi. Lewis is dead.
dude.
Vacant council position. Chancellor. What else do I need? I need to do available perks. Get this war over with fast, it's costing me money. There's a place here called Worms.
Called what, sorry?
Worms.
Still didn't properly transmit that.
Worms. W-O-R-M-S.
Oh. Huh.
In France, so Lord knows how they pronounce it.
Here's an alliance to a place.
Lines?
Yeah. Like, where is it in all the menus?
You only get alliances when you marry off.
I don't know.
So one of your children have to marry one of their children. Or whatever. I have similar military strength to the Holy Roman Empire.
Wow.
How strong alliances are.
Indeed.
The count of the place I'm fighting died. Oh, I don't like this. Yeah, I'm gonna lose this battle. Have I? Yes, I am. I'll soften them up for you though, mate. Flanked me while he was busy doing other things.
This culture has embraced the Hill Dwellers tradition. Oh dear, my father-in-law died. Yeah, there was that alliance with Sweden.
Yep. Alliance Kraken and Liechtenstein. Yeah, when your character dies, it's a bit of a nuisance.
Imagine.
Your claim to Ayrshire and your claim to Galloway are quite useful.
Fernando II is being attacked by Duke Martin.
Not wildly surprising. Oh, this is funny. They're going to rebel. Call allies to war. The Irish are rebelling, the English are on their way. This guy's in the Scud! Why is he in the Scud? The number 11 cover, he's like... Get him in the bath or something, he's like thing, like his opinion thing just covers his delicate bits and that's it.
Wow.
27,000 Englishmen are on their way across the Irish Sea.
Wow.
They're going to leather them. The Czech Slovene language. Always the Dubliners that rise up. Let's go, guys! Oh, they're running! They're retreating!
Oh dear. Oh wait, who's retreating? Your side or the enemy?
The enemy.
That's good.
They were sieging a town and I came rolling in with a lot of Englishmen.
King Alwyn doesn't need like me, he's remarried. At 16-year-old. And he is only 31, right enough.
Some of it a dangerous faction, but a leathered said faction. Thoroughly.
Awesome.
Now Dublin's facing the wrath of 30 trebuchets.
Exceptional.
Might actually be a different faction that's... Simon summoned. Old Cloak no less war. Overwhelmed by stress. Fun.
Oh, speaking of which, increase opinions of me and lose 42 stress. There we go.
Ouch. Countess Alicia's apology sounds genuine, but the other seems too ludicrous to be real. You see, my liege, I was simply a matter of sending the wrong letter with the wrong courier. She holds her breath, so that's how the incriminating documents were lost. And the first thing I can say to her, is loses 20 opinion, is to say, you utter bampaw.
Yeah, my counsellor Eric.
My wife was murdered.
Stage. Owen got into a fight with me at the feast and I poisoned him. The new king kind of likes me.
You king of where?
Wales.
Oh, the big ginger guy with a polka. Some boats just arrived in England. Like, they're sailing down the Thames.
I need to get into a position to film. Oh, it comes from nowhere, hitting me clean in the temple. I didn't even see the projectile coming.
Is your daughter threw something at you, right?
Yeah, Isabel. Right, it's from a hiding spot, another snowball already clutched in her vicious little hand.
Come on, capture this city.
My nephew has been taken prisoner.
Right, was it by me?
In the siege of Wexford. Oh. The English are sieging Annan. Is it the English?
Where is Annan?
Immediately to the south of me. Wait, no, it's not. That is the English. There's 3 lions on their shields. Alright, I'm gonna have to...
My,
Say again?
my spy master is, going to the dungeons. Need a new spy master? There you go. I assigned you spy master, but you've not appeared.
You've
Oh.
invited me to be spy master.
Okay. I've never seen it like, not just automatically accept before.
Well, as my player.
Yeah.
Would that not mean that I cease to be,
No, no.
so I remain same character remains in charge of
Yeah.
the kingdom.
yeah.
Alright.
Like my other characters or my other things are you good at money. A reformation. What can you do as Spy Master? And I can assign you to things, but about to have another child. Someone died in my dungeons. Prisoners, I've got 7 prisoners. RNG is unfair. The French are fighting the English in France.
The English are really getting about.
I mean, as they do. To be fair. Anyway, I think I'm going to call it here.
Really?
I mean, it is.
It's 039, wow.
Yes.
Okay.
But it's been fun. We've captured some places.
Yeah. Well, you have.
Where have I captured? I've not captured anything. I lost something.
Oh yeah. I've been mostly doing intrigue and plotting behind the scenes and stuff.
And so have I. My grandson and heir is in 6 years going to be King of England.
Yeah.
He'll be King of England before he's King of Ireland. Think about that, that's madness. Yes, I will speak to you later. That'll be the end of the stream, so give us a follow and whatnot if you enjoyed that. On Twitch, and we will see you in the future.